sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
The Tigers dealt a big blow to the Tribe's playoff chances. First with some slick defense, then with a huge swing of the bat by Alex Avila. But the Indians have fought back all year, and today they will have to do it against Justin Verlander, who they have had success against this season. Trevor Bauer will try to go to 3-0 against Detroit next on Sports Time Ohio. On a sunny Sunday afternoon in the Motor City, the Cleveland Indians will try to salvage the finale of this three-game series against the Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Over the course of a Major League Baseball season, there are some losses that hurt more than others. And certainly last night is one that is going to sting for some time to come for the Tribe.
Well, when you look at the eighth inning, it was a big turnaround inning. It was actually a 4-run turnaround because with 2 outs, Yan Gomes hits a fly ball. Torrey Hunter comes in, makes a terrific play. That would have scored 2 more runs, and it would have given them a big lead at that point in time. They come in the bottom half of the inning, and then you see the pitch right here. Avila hits a 2-run home run, gives them the lead. I didn't like the pitch from Shaw. It speeds up his bat. He hit one into the seats, and that was their 25th home run against the Indians this year, and that one really did hurt.
All right, so for the Indians today to manage a win in the series finale, they'll need a good start from Trevor Bauer. The good news is Bauer's pitched well against the Tigers, and they're going up against Justin Verlander, who they've had a lot of career success against.
This will be the 5th start for Bauer this year against the Tigers. They've been able to score runs when he's been on the mound. He's 2-0. But for Trevor Bauer, establish that fastball early, and then he'll be able to get to his breaking stuff. He usually has one hiccup. He did in this last start against Minnesota, gave up 4 runs in a matter of 4 hitters. So hopefully that doesn't happen today. And Justin Verlander, just 1-2 this year. The Indians have had his number. They rocked him the last time out, a 7-0 win against Salazar. They hit the ball all over the ballpark. So they pretty much have his number. 16 times they've been able to beat him in his career. The Indians are going to have to come out early, come out often, and try and put a lot of runs on the board, as many as they can.
As good as Justin Verlander has been throughout his career, no team has beaten him more times than the Cleveland Indians. And then for Trevor Bauer, his only road win this year came right here in Detroit. We'll see if he can match that kind of success this afternoon in the series finale between the Indians and the Tigers. The play-by-play is next. Covenant. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. By Panini's. Get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. And by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Welcome into Comerica Park here in Detroit, Michigan for the series finale here this afternoon. Last night marked only the first time this year that the Indians lost a game when they had the lead after 7 innings on the road. And given that there are only 15 games left in the season, potentially all the more devastating. With more on the mood of the Tribe, let's go downstairs to Katie Witham.
Matt, it was a pretty confident mood today, and when I asked some of the guys about last night's game, they said, you know what, we played a good game. We didn't beat ourselves. We put up quality, confident at-bats in which we continued to grind out. Yeah, they ran into a little bad luck, as Rick mentioned, in the open with a diving Torrey Hunter in the outfield, but overall, it was a good game. Now, they did say the toughest part, the hardest part, is being mentally tough enough to get back up again and come in here and not change the approach, because they do feel like it was a good one, Matt.
Well, that's been the trademark of this team under Terry Francona, their ability to bounce back after tough losses and fight through the adversity, but they're really up against it now. Justin Verlander on the hill today for Detroit. Let's look at Francona's starting lineup, brought to you by Progressive. Michael Bourne at the top, followed by Jose Ramirez, and then Michael Brantley will bat third. He's had a good series, going 4 for 8 with a home run. Carlos Santana, Jason Kipnis, and Yan Gomes are in the middle, and David Murphy, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Roberto Perez round it out.
Our GMC starter this afternoon will be Justin Verlander, making his 30th start this year, a record of 13-12. That's exactly what he was last year. A high ERA for him, 4.82. He is just 1-2 against the Indians this year in his 4 starts, so they have hit him around. They got him last time in Cleveland just 2 starts ago, where they beat him 7-0. So it'd be nice to get that lead early today and see what they can do with him the rest of the afternoon. Let's check the defense behind Verlander this afternoon. It is brought to you by Kia. Martinez is in left, Davis in center, Hunter over in right. Castellanos at third, Romine at short, Kinsler is at second. Martinez is at first, with Avila doing the catching.
Jerry Lane, the crew chief, will call the balls and strikes. Hunter Wendelstadt is at first, Mike Estabrook at second, and Rob Drake down at third. The Tigers, with the win last night, clinched the overall season series. They've won 10. The Indians have won 8 in the head-to-head matchups. Tigers trying to sweep this series and strengthen their hold on the top spot in the American League Central Division. The Indians, they are a desperate team, and we'll need to see if they can play like it here this afternoon. Michael Bourne 1 for 8 in the series with a double and a run scored. And Justin Verlander's first pitch of the day is hit high and fouled on the left side, out of play.
Yeah, that double that Michael Bourne had was a hustling double right out of the box last night in the first inning. Came around to score on the Brantley home run.
Verlander waiting for J.D. Martinez to get back into position in left field. And Bourne, a broken bat roller to short. Andrew Romine scoops it up, throws him out. 1 away. Keys to the game are brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Indians will try to bounce back early, and some runs early in the game would certainly help their cause. And for Trevor Bauer, the big inning. That's been a bugaboo of late for him. Jose Ramirez came on last night as a pinch hitter and delivered a single. 2 for 5 in the series. Looks at a ball up high from Justin Verlander.
Ramirez a good day against Verlander back in Cleveland, where he was 3 for 4.
Been an up and down year for Justin Verlander, though he has won 3 of his last 4 starts. He missed a start earlier this year with shoulder soreness, but he says lately, quote, "I've been feeling pretty good, better and better each time out." And Jose Ramirez draws a 1-out walk. Our great clip of the game from last night, Michael Brantley in the first inning with a 2-run homer to give the Indians the early 2-0 lead. Brantley with 19 home runs on the year now, 93 runs batted in, to go along with 39 doubles and 20 stolen bases. Verlander in his last start against Kansas City went 7 innings, allowing 4 runs on 6 hits. He got the win in a 9-5 Tigers victory, but afterwards he said, "The numbers didn't show it, but I felt like that was probably my best start since coming back from the shoulder soreness setback." He said, quote, "I was happy with it, just a couple of mistakes here and there."
Well, and these guys talk about it when you pitch in the division. He makes a lot of starts against Kansas City, the Chicagos, the Clevelands, and these guys have a pretty good idea. And after just 2 starts ago pitching against the Indians, he's going to have to make adjustments today because they had a very good day against him. This is his 40th start against the Tribe in his career.
Brantley lifts one in the air, foul, and that's going to get down out of play. Our stat of the game is brought to you by Buick, and when you look at Michael Brantley, he's 6th in the league in batting average. He's the best hitter in the league against right-handed pitching, 2nd in runners in scoring position. Overall, just a fantastic season for Michael Brantley, and he's the only player in all of baseball who's batted 300 or better, with 35 or more doubles, 18 or more homers, 90 or more runs batted in, and 20 stolen bases, which again speaks to his all-around game. You add to that his ability as a defender and the number of assists he has. He's always among the league leaders in outfield assists. He certainly put his name among the very best in baseball now. This one's popped to center field. Rajai Davis will make the grab, 2 away. Carlos Santana. One for 8 in the series. One ball, no strikes. Terry Francona says of Carlos Santana, you know, you look at his production numbers and they're right on pace. And he said, you know, you look at the end of the year and you see the low batting average, but he said that doesn't mean the last couple of months he hasn't been one of the more productive players in the game.
Well, yeah, you just go back to the first 2 months where he got off to just a horrible start. But it's about the long haul.
Jim Thome was the last Indians batter to lead the American League in walks in 1999. But Santana leads all of baseball, and the last Indian to do that was Jack Graney. And you're going back to 1919 when Graney led the major leagues in walks. And Carlos Santana with a 101 walks on the year. far and away the leader in baseball. Verlander sails it high. 2 balls and a strike. Sometimes, Rick, for a guy that bats in the middle of the order, maybe there's a criticism that he can be too selective, but I don't think that's been the case this year with Santana. This one's popped back and out of play.
No, you know, sometimes
because in
just
RBI
pitch
situations, I don't see him being as selective as maybe he would be in a situation like this, or maybe when he's leading off an inning, nobody on base.
My issue when he gets to RBI situations for Santana is that a lot of times he tries to hit the home run instead of just taking what the pitcher's going to give you and just maybe shorten up. You know, sometimes where a single will drive in 2 or a base hit the other way will get you on the board.
And you say that especially because he's a good hitter.
Yeah, he can be a much better hitter, I think, than what he is.
Big bouncer to second base here. Kinsler will throw him out. No runs, no hits, a man left. The Tigers are coming to bat when we come back. Home half of the first in Detroit. And Brad Ausmus sends out this starting lineup today to face Trevor Bauer, brought to you by Toyota. Ian Kinsler, Torrey Hunter, and Miguel Cabrera at the top. Then it's Victor Martinez, J.D. Martinez, and Alex Avila. Nick Castellanos, Andrew Romine, and Rajay Davis rounded out.
GMC starting pitcher Trevor Bauer making his 24th start. He's 5-8 on the year with a 4.12 ERA. His 5th start against the Tigers this year. He's 2-0, but the Indians have scored him some runs when he's been out there. So we'll see how he can fare. Hopefully he establishes the fastball early. Let's check out the defense behind him, brought to you by Kia. It'll be Brantley in left, Bourne in center, Murphy in right, Chisenhall at third, Ramirez at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first with Perez behind the plate.
Ian Kinsler will lead it off for the Tigers. And Trevor Bauer delivers the first pitch strike. Kinsler has gone 3 for 9 in the series with 2 runs batted in. Bouncy ball right at the second baseman, Jason Kipnis. And he'll throw him out one away. Up comes Torrey Hunter. He's 0 for 7 in the series, but last night his contributions were with the glove. And the former Gold Glover made a tremendous play in right field late in the game that really changed the outcome.
Yeah, he came in. Gomes hit that ball in shallow right field, and it was a do-or-die play. You had runners at second and third. They just stole the 2 bases to get themselves in position. So instead of a 6-3 game, it stayed at 4-3, and they went and added 2 in the bottom half of that inning, and it was a 4-run turnaround.
One ball, 2 strikes with Miguel Cabrera waiting on deck. Off the end of the bat, that will drop. And Torrey Hunter has his first hit in the series, a 1-out single here in the opening frame.
That hit comes on a breaking ball, and it was off the end of the bat. It broke the bat of Hunter, but he fights it off and gets it into center field. Check it out on our Phantom Cam. Right off the end of the bat, you can see the bat split down around the handle. So the first hit for the Tigers.
Torrey Hunter's always played with that big smile since his first year in the big leagues with Minnesota. Cabrera fouls it back. Miguel Cabrera 1 out of 7 in the series with 2 runs scored. While the Indians have contained him, Victor Martinez, J.D. Martinez, and Alex Avila have done a lot of damage. Is it surprising to you, as Roberto Perez and Trevor Bauer can't get on the same page here? He stepped off twice and then had to call him out. And that's,
you see this a lot,
visibly frustrated Bauer.
Well, you see this a lot when Trevor's on the mound. They'll shake a lot of catchers off. You know, rarely do you see him in a rhythm with the catcher where they're on the same page.
Cabrera with a foul, and it's 0-2. I was going to say to you, ask you, is it surprising to you at age 38 that Torrey Hunter is still able to go out and be a good and very productive everyday player? It's one thing to be a guy that's a part-time player coming off the bench. He's playing every day in right field.
He fits into this lineup beautifully. He enjoys the game of baseball. He always has had fun with it, and he's kept himself in great shape. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, nowadays, at his age, though, you know he's getting tired, and the end is near. But he has been productive.
And I'm sure, Rick, as you get to that point in your career, you say to yourself, look, I'm not looking past today. I'm enjoying the game. When the season ends, if you get that far, then we take some time to think about next year.
His goal is that World Series title, and, you know, he has never been there, so he wants to get there. It's the ultimate goal. And I guarantee if he gets there, he would step down. I certainly would think so.
The 1-2 pitch. Out of play to the right. Miguel Cabrera has been there. He's been to the top of the mountain, the world champion with the Marlins. But now, this point in his career, he's at the top of his game. Even though he's been slowed by injuries here in the second half of this year.
Hit him. Hit him.
He did not go. Did it hit him or the bat? I think
it hit him. And they asked him. He said he didn't swing, so he's going to take first base. Came inside with the fastball. He went to turn on it, and he didn't get out of the way. And now Francona wants to come out and talk to Jerry Lane about that on the swing. And he said he did ask. I will say that. He went quickly to ask the first base umpire, Hunter Wendelstadt, and he said he did not swing. It's the first thing he did when that ball came in. He checked. You're going to see that gets him right off the arm. And there you can see he had a lot of motion, but he didn't swing. There's your look at it right there. He just did not get out of the way of it. He wasn't going to give in. So that'll make it first and second now.
And the batter will be Victor Martinez with 2 on and 1 out. And Bauer goes in with a fastball for strike 1. Victor 3 for 8 in the series with a home run. His home run came last night. It put the Tigers ahead at that point in the game. The Indians were able to come back and reclaim the lead before Avila's home run won it for Detroit in the bottom of the 8th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hit hard, caught by Santana, but now he's going to go to second base. He'll get the double play there. Boy, Torrey Hunter got caught in no man's land. I don't know. Maybe he didn't see Santana make the catch. Maybe he thought he short hopped it, but he was standing up there almost halfway between second and third. And that will end the inning. brought to you by your Northern Ohio Honda dealers, by the Cleveland Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. Second inning in Detroit, no score. Jason Kipnis, Yan Gomes, David Murphy coming up for Cleveland. Justin Verlander walked one in the first inning, but was able to work around it. Kipnis a swing and a miss. He has certainly had Kip's number. In his career, just 3 out of 31 against Verlander. One ball, one strike. Called strike. Goes out of play to the left. And now Kipnis down on the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Oh, he rings him up on a pitch that looked like it was off the plate. And Lane hears it from the Indians dugout. First strikeout for Verlander, number 144 on the year.
Check it out on our Nissan pitch tracker, and that's very generous. That one was off the plate. So it looks like a wide strike zone today.
Generous, charitable.
Yeah, however you want to call it. I'll tell you, if it. Well, we'll just have to look and see if Bauer gets pitches like that. That certainly was outside the zone on the tracker.
Here's Yan Gomes getting the start at the DH spot today. Verlander with the 0-1. And Gomes trying to bloop one in. It'll drop for a base hit. Gomes has his second hit in the series, and the Indians have their first hit today. 1 on, 1 out now here for David Murphy.
Well, go in there and pull those hands through. That ball looked like it was in off the plate. And he gets it in there. Didn't get his bat. So first hit for the Indians.
And now here's David Murphy. Down low, 2 balls, no strikes. In David's last 24 games that he has played, he's batted .375 with 6 doubles and 10 runs driven in. Now he's sitting with a 3-0 count.
Lonnie Chisenhall waiting on deck. Verlander delivers a strike to push the count to 3-1. 13 strikes, 11 balls thus far for Verlander. Lifted to left field. That goes Martinez all the way to the warning track. Boy, that baby carried a long way.
Yes, it did.
You're thinking Progressive Field, that's off the wall. Instead, it's out number 2. Don't forget, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have your picture shown during our telecast. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Now the 1-0. And a foul right back. Got Avila. Well, he's taken his share of foul tips against the Indians in particular this year that we have seen. That one caught him square. Listen.
Wake-up call.
Lonnie Chisenhall trying to do some damage here for the Indians in inning number 2. 3 for 8 in the series with a double. Swings through it and falls behind on the count. Lonnie has batted .310 on the road this year. That's 7th best in the American League. Chisenhall, you may remember, back in April had a 4-hit game here in Detroit. Now the count is full. And that game was when Justin Verlander started.
Yeah, he has pretty good numbers against Verlander in his career.
Payoff pitch with the runner going. And a swing and a miss. Verlander gets his second strikeout. And we'll go to the bottom of the second. No score in Detroit.
Texas is with MLB.com At Bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. You can enjoy live look-ins, replay reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, and the MLB TV Game of the Day, and more. Get At Bat for your smartphone or tablet on the App Store or visit MLB.com.
J.D. Martinez 2 for 7 in the series with a triple and a home run. Appeal, and he went around, says Hunter Wendelstedt. It's 0-2 on Martinez. Breaking ball popped back out of play. Got his attention there. 2-2.
J.D. Martinez leads this team as far as RBIs against the Indians this year with 18. Victor Martinez has 15. Kinsler 11. Cabrera 10. And then right almost into double figures is Alex Avila, who is on deck. So they have 4 in double digits.
Only 7 players in the American League have double figures in RBIs against the Indians.
And the Tigers have 4.
Swing and a miss. Bauer strikes him out. 1 down here in the second. Well, Alex Avila coming up here. He's been clutch for Detroit. And with more on that, here's Katie Whiffen.
Very clutch for Detroit against Cleveland specifically, Matt. I asked Mickey Callaway, what's the thing about Alex Avila? And he said, it's not Alex Avila, it's their lineup. When you look at it, you have to stay locked in the entire time. You can't take a batter off. But batting Avila, a guy who has the ability to come up with that clutch hit, 6th or 7th is perfect, because from a pitcher's standpoint, you pitch that heart of the order so tough. Getting through it is so stressful that everyone tends to relax a little bit. That's when you make your mistakes. And Alex Avila against the Indians has made them pay for those mistakes, Matt.
He has 9 career home runs after the 8th inning that have given the Tigers the lead in a game. 3 of them have come at the expense of the Indians.
Yes, that's they had him last night, and then late in the game he turned it around. Big hit for him last night.
That's in the gap. Born over into the alley. Can't get there. Alex Avila has a 1-out single here in the second.
Well, Bourne had quite a ways to go. And by the time he gets there, you're going to see it bounce, and he's going to smother it. He was able to catch it on the hop, but he couldn't get there. So a single for Avila. Second hit for the Tigers. Both of their hits coming with 1 out.
Brings up Nick Castellanos. 3 for 7 with a double in the series. No one advocates headhunting But Bauer, at least a couple of times here, has made the effort to try and go inside. You've got to make these hitters at least somewhat uncomfortable.
You know, you have to pitch inside. There's nothing wrong with moving a hitter's feet, getting them away from the plate, at least getting them to look inside. Matter of fact, I don't think enough pitchers do it, period.
I don't know why that's become really a lost art.
Well, because you get hitters that look at you when you throw inside, and it's in off the plate. And, you get warnings now from umpires. It's a little crazy, and I don't think enough pitchers pitch inside. Everybody pretty much stays away.
The 1-1. Do you think it has also, in addition, because I agree with you, but does it also, in addition, have something to do with the fact that if you don't command the baseball and you miss inside, you're in the red zone for a hitter?
Well, you could be, but if you miss, you just have to make sure you miss in off the plate. You don't miss in toward the center of the plate. But the more of that plate you can utilize as a pitcher, it certainly opens it up. That's a good pitch.
Jerry Lane punches out. Nick Castellanos, second strikeout for Bauer, 2 down here in the inning.
Check it out. There's a good curveball. This one he kept up in the zone. He started it up a little higher. And he gets the call. Good pitch.
It'll bring up Andrew Romine, switch hitting shortstop. Romine doesn't give the Tigers much offensively, but we saw last night defensively, he's very good at shortstop. What an arm. He threw out, I believe it was not Jose Ramirez. Who was it? He threw out terrific play. Bang, bang play at first base.
J.B. Shuck, yes. Late in the game, that was in the 8th inning, as a matter of fact.
You're talking about a left-handed hitter. Gets down the line very fast.
That was the inning, the 8th inning, and that was an out before the 2 guys got the hits.
That throw to first. Got him! And Santana really got Avila inadvertently with that slap tag. He came back and smoked Avila right in the nose. And we'll see if Avila's okay. Boy, he already took a foul tip right in the mask. And he is out here. And he caught Santana's wrist right in the face.
Payoff program by placing a deposit on next year's tickets. You can gain priority access for this year's postseason. Visit Indians.com for more details.
Alex Avila just now made it out of the Tiger dugout after he got picked off in the inning. I think he's smarting. He might be a little embarrassed, but I think he's smarting too. He got, I mean, that
right in the jaw.
Ooh.
That's what happens when you go back first. There's nothing there to help you. And yeah, he got one, no doubt.
I mean, right after he took the foul tip the inning before. And this is a guy who's had concussion issues in the past, so he wears the extra padded helmet. Such is the life of a catcher sometimes. Roberto Perez going to lead off here in the third for Cleveland. Great story in the Plain Dealer by Tim Warsinski, who highlighted Roberto Perez and his climb to the big leagues. And a lot of the credit, according to Roberto Perez, goes to Ted Kubiak. I know it's a guy you appreciate, Rick. He's been in the Indian system a long time.
Yes, he has.
It was Kubiak that really, you know, sometimes you need to hear things. It's not what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear.
Right.
And it was Kubiak who told him, look, you've got all the talent in the world. You've got the ability. It's all there, but you're not going to get to the big leagues if you don't change things. Perez didn't understand, and it was about the day in and day out work habits. He said, quote, we had to kick him in the butt to maximize his ability. And as Perez takes down low, and, you know, basically, Roberto Perez gives a lot of the credit for his rise to the big leagues to Ted Kubiak for giving him that kick in the butt that he needed.
That's where you need probably your most important coaches, is at that level down there in A-ball, where, you know, a guy that understands the game of baseball, what it's like to be in the big leagues and what it takes to get there, to teach these kids the proper way, the right way to do it. You know, because you come in as a kid sometimes and you've never failed before in your life. You get to professional baseball and you think you can just keep going about it the same way you've been going about it your whole life. It doesn't work that way.
Now the 2-2. And that is strike three call. Perez doesn't like the call, but it's strikeout number 3 for Justin Verlander. And one out here in inning number 3. Let's see, it was right at the bottom of the strike zone. Top of the order, Michael Bourne grounded out to short his first time up. To center field, in comes Davis. He dives, can't get there, but he did a nice job to scoop it and avoid disaster, because if it skips by him, it's extra bases for Bourne, even though Torrey Hunter was very alert and running over to back him up.
Well, you'll see that a lot in this ballpark because there's so much room in the outfield. It's a spacious outfield that you will see balls fall in because you have to play a little bit deeper out there. But when you come in and make plays like this, you have to make sure you keep it in front of you. He ended up picking it, which was a nice play to hold him to singles. But this, you will see a lot of balls fall in front. It's tough to hit them over your head because there is so much room. And the first thing an outfielder does, they look back to see where that wall is. And when they see too much room, they don't feel comfortable, so they move back.
First ball swinging, Ramirez lifts one to left field. Routine play for Martinez. 2 down. It's almost like the, we haven't been there in so long. I don't know if the park still plays this way, but I assume it does. But Coors Field.
That's a great point. It's just like that. People always think because the ball carries, it's the home runs that beat you. It's the balls that fall in front that really keep things going. You know, the balls that get through. Not so much the home run ball, although it does fly out of there.
Michael Brantley flied to center his first time up. Michael Brantley, in his last 16 games, batting over 400. Oh, he had a pitch to rip and a good cut, but couldn't quite square it up back to the screen. And he's in the hole 0-2. With men on base, Brantley's been even better than his overall season numbers. As you see there, the 30 hits against the Tigers this year. You got to go back to 1959 when Minnie Minoso had 34 knocks against Detroit. But with men on base, Brantley was batted .345. As good as Verlander has been in his career, he's had his troubles with Brantley.
Yes.
Upstairs 2-2.
A lot of pitchers are having their problems with Brantley. It's not just him.
Brantley bloops one toward Kinsler, and he'll make the catch. Middle of the third, still no score in Detroit. Well, as you take a look in at Comerica Park, a reminder to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Andrew Robine, Rajai Davis, and Ian Kinsler for the Tigers here in the third. Couple of strikeouts for Trevor Bauer through the first 2 innings. He's allowed 2 singles. He's also hit a batter. First ball swinging. Left fielder Michael Brantley pulls it down, 1 away.
Well, you can join the Indians on September 27th for Fan Appreciation Night out at the ballpark as the Tribe will take on the Rays. Fans can enjoy dollar dogs, fireworks, other fan appreciation activities throughout the game. Just visit Indians.com for your tickets.
Davis looks at a strike. He's gone 3 for 6 in the series with a run scored. Strike called. That'll even the count at 2-2. To center field. Bourne holds his ground, makes the catch, 2 away. Top of the order now, and Ian Kinsler. That ball hit Kinsler's foot, but it was funny to watch it roll up the first baseline because it rolled foul and then hit the lip of that grass and came all the way back into fair territory.
A little English on it.
Yeah, sure did. Got the bat.
Kinsler, it hit his hand. Kinsler's going back and saying it hit his hand. Jerry's saying it hit the bat.
This is that foul ball we were talking about. It was foul, rolled all the way back into fair territory. All right, let's take another look. What do you think? Ooh, he might have a legitimate argument. Might have grazed his knuckles.
He's going to go back and look at it. We're going to take a look at it.
Is Osmus challenging it?
Yeah, I think so. I believe so. They can find the guy to come out and give him the headsets.
Yep. He is challenging. The call in the field was a foul ball, but Brad Osmus has challenged that ruling, saying that he thought Kinsler was hit by the pitch.
You know, it wasn't much of a deflection because the ball went right into the glove of Perez. So it just barely.
There was one look that it just appeared that the ball did graze his knuckles and it did not hit the bat. That was my initial reaction to it. Now the question is there enough Do they have a clear enough look to
I know.
overturn this?
If it did, it looks like it right there. It didn't. It might have hit his knuckles. It might have, because it didn't look like it got the barrel of the bat just from that angle. But because there wasn't that much of a change of direction in that ball, as I said, Perez ended up holding on to it. So we'll see. That's going to be a tough one to call.
It's an interesting challenge for Brad Ausmus, because if you don't win it, then you're done, and there's 2 outs in the inning. But he must have felt like, based on either based on Kinsler's testimony to him, or maybe somebody in the dugout said, "Hey, we got a good look at it." I don't know.
I'm thinking he saw his hitter. I'm thinking
he's going off of Kinsler.
Yes, I think he's going off Kinsler, no question. There's our slow motion look at it, and there it was. It might have been just skimmed the knuckle and the batting glove. I don't know if Kinsler was going to say anything until he called the foul ball, though, because he probably wanted to hit. That's going to be a tough one to overturn. See, Kinsler's still, here they come. Yeah. He's still saying that the ball hit him, and let's see. Well, he's talking into the Indians dugout, so he's probably saying first base. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what he's saying. So they had enough evidence it looked like it did just barely graze. That call is overturned, so Kinsler will get first base, the second hit batter by Bauer today.
And so Ausmus retains his challenge. You can just see it graze the knuckle. I mean, graze
Yeah,
it.
barely. I really don't know if Kinsler would have said anything if Jerry Lane wouldn't have called it a foul ball, but he saw it something there. So I think they got the call right.
That was our windy slow-mo replay. Here's the thing, though, for Brad Ausmus. Again, it's a risky challenge this early in the game, because if you lose it, then you're done. And even if it gets upheld, your hitter's still in the box with a 2-strike count. Just don't know that the risk reward was really in his favor in that situation, but it worked out. So
it did work out for him, correct.
Torrey Hunter, a single in his first at bat. It's his only hit in the series. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second or first base, and Kinsler, unlike Alex Avila, was able to get back in time. Roberto Perez,
he's feeling pretty good today, huh?
He's got a good arm.
He's testing that arm out. You see that runner gets off, and watch how he's going to get in. He kept his face up, or the head up. Let's put it that way, for the tag from Santana.
A little bit low, 2 balls and a strike. Hunter chopper to third. Lonnie with a long throw across. Inning over. 3 complete, no score in Detroit. No score, 4th inning. And it's time now to take a look at our injury report, brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. Ryan Rayburn, not a lot of swelling, but a lot of soreness in that knee, so he's in a day-to-day situation. He feels like hopefully in a couple of days he'll be good to give it another run. Anibal Sanchez, that's a key guy for the Detroit Tigers in terms of their starting rotation. And with more on Ryan Rayburn, let's go down to Katie.
Well, Matt, today his left knee was very, very tender. They were only going to do treatment on it today. If they don't see any signs of improvement by tomorrow, he will go get scanned and get an MRI done. But Terry Francona said, we were so excited seeing him start to swing the bat the way we know he can. And it's just been a pretty frustrating season for Ryan now having to deal with this.
Yeah, I think that's putting it mildly, no question about it. It's been frustrating for Rayburn. Well, we've said it before. These guys don't live in a vacuum. And he understands that when he signed a contract extension to stay with the Indians, that was based on the numbers that he had put up last year. The hope that that would continue, and it just hasn't happened for him this year. And Ryan said, look, quote, I don't want a pity party by any means. It's been a tough year, but I've got to keep battling and grinding through it. Injuries are part of the game. You have to deal with it and go on. Pitch outside to Santana. This game so far has unfolded like a lot of games do following the first 2 games of a series where there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of energy expended, a lot of emotion. Obviously last night the dramatic finish, almost like 2 heavyweight fighters in the 15th round were kind of leaning on each other. Each team's looking for that spark, Rick, to kind of get them going today, and they're still waiting for it.
That's true. Hasn't been a lot going on, but Verlander right there had strike 1 to Santana and then missed the mark for 4 straight pitches. So the first time that they've had their leadoff man aboard this afternoon.
Jason Kipnis was called out on strikes his first time up on a ball that looked like it was at least half a foot off the plate. Drills this one to right field, but right into the tracks of Torrey Hunter, who had to come in hard to get it. 1 down. You can tweet your Indians questions to Tribe reporter Joe Reedy from FoxSportsOhio.com right now. Follow him on Twitter at Joe Reedy for the latest updates on the Indians and all things baseball. Yan Gomes, base hit his first time up. Ties him up, strike 1. First time up, Verlander tried to go inside, and it looked like he was in, maybe off the plate, and Gomes still got his hands out.
He sure did.
And threw and was able to bloop one into left field. Out of play to the right. Well, that's I guess the funny thing when you think about major league hitters and what makes them great. You think about what it takes to hit a baseball, and then the goal is to hit it on the sweet spot, hit it on the barrel. But the good ones, like Yan Gomes this year, they find ways to get hits when they hit them off the end, when they hit them off the handle.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. You get in good streaks and everything seems to be finding a hole. Let's look at Lonnie Chisenhall early in the year.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. When he hit it hard, it was a base hit. When he hit it soft, it was a base hit. That doesn't stay that way for a whole year, but you have your streaks like that throughout the course of a year. The key is just trying to get something that you like, put it in play, and sometimes it drops and sometimes it doesn't. It's hard to explain.
Well, sometimes you find the sweet spot, you barrel it up, and what happens?
It's right at somebody,
yeah.
A line drive, and there's not much you can do. It's hard to explain. That's why you just go out there and you try not to give away any at-bats throughout the course of the year where you get yourself out on a stupid pitch, but every hitter does it. You try to minimize those situations, and you just try and put some quality at-bats up there and not get yourself out and give your chance yourself to get base hits.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just can't explain it. When a hitter's going well, he doesn't think about anything. The mojo's good. Just stay with it. Do everything the same. There you go. How many times do you see this? That's going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it for that little boy who says, I don't need a baseball. You're teaching him to throw it.
That's right.
So you give it to him. What do? They throw it. He's lucky enough to get it back. Now, son, hold on to it. You see that a lot throughout the course of the year where a dad will give his little kid the baseball and they do what they're taught. Throw the ball.
Well, think about it. When you're with a little kid, here's a ball. What do you do? Throw it to him.
Yeah, right. They're doing what they're taught. No doubt. And everyone starts, what are you doing? And he doesn't realize it. They were fortunate enough to get it back.
Gomes gets hit. And now the Indians have 2 on with 1 out. You have always maintained
right in the shoulder
that Verlander, for as great as he has been in his career, has never been a guy to go inside or pitch inside a lot.
Enough, right.
Do you think it's because his stuff has been that good that he's been able to get away with not doing that in his career?
It could be personality. I think, yes. I always felt that if he would have pitched in more, as good as he was, he could have been that much better. Backing guys out to take good swings because he used to throw 97.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the number of pitches and the innings are starting to catch up where you lose a little bit. But, boy, that time he pitched in.
Pitch outside to David Murphy, who flied to left his first time up. Well, first time the Indians have had 2 aboard. First time they've had a runner to second base. Can they cash in now? Wow, he pulled the string there.
Sure did. A nice changeup down and away. You could see the arm speed. It looked like it was a fastball all the way, but gets there at about 82 miles per hour.
That pitch way off the mark. 2-1. Foul tip, 2-2. In the hole, a base hit. Santana will have to stop at third. J.D. Martinez got to it quickly, and the bases are loaded with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
Well, Murph got a nice fastball away, and he stayed on it and hit the hole between short and third. So they will have the bases loaded and just 1 out here. That ball was upstairs. That helped him take it that way. Might have been off the plate, too. I'm not so sure that ball was even a strike.
Looked like it. Yeah, I think you're right. So here's Lonnie Chisenhall with a chance to do some damage. Foul on a play to the left.
Right now, there's the spark the Indians need to get this inning going. If they can put something on the board, it was actually the hit batter after the leadoff walk to Santana. Finally got somebody in scoring position. Murphy got the base hit. Santana couldn't score there. They were playing him shallow and left, so see if Lonnie can get him in. He's had success as a .333 hitter against Verlander in his career.
Boops this one, but it's on the infield. Infield fly rule in effect and getting back safely. He's
What was Gomes thinking there?
Gomes 2 down. Maybe his initial read was it was going to be over the head of Romine, but
well, the infield's back. He was taken off like. Then he finally realized he was going to camp under it and get it easily, and he was lucky to get back. Easy going.
Well, here's Roberto Perez now, who was called out on strikes on a borderline pitch his first time up. Fly ball center field. And Davis makes the catch. Well, the Indians leave them loaded here in the fourth, and we remain scoreless in Detroit. Tonight on Sports Time Ohio, find out what Bruce is thinking on Drennan Live at 7. Then Jimmy Hanlon takes you inside the golf zone at 9. At 11:30, wrap your football Sunday up with Browns Overtime. It's all coming up tonight on Sports Time Ohio. Bottom of the fourth, Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez, and J.D. Martinez. Bouncy ball third, nicely picked by Chisenhall. And he'll throw out Cabrera, one away. That's going to bring up Victor Martinez, who lined into a double play to end the first inning. Very interesting situation here in Detroit. Martinez is having a career year. 31 homers, 98 runs batted in, vying for the American League batting title. And yet at season's end, he's a free agent. And he is going to attract a lot of attention. Even at this stage in his career, he's no spring chicken. But coming off this kind of a season, there are reports that teams like the White Sox, the Seattle Mariners, teams that we know have big payrolls and deep pockets, are going to go after Martinez. One of the folks here in Detroit told me that they said the situation with Victor here is a little bit unpredictable because they've got a lot of money tied up long term with Justin Verlander, with Miguel Cabrera.
Sure.
And they're sitting there with Max Scherzer, and they're not sure where they're going to go with regards to him because he's going to go to free agency as well. So Victor could be back, certainly could be a possibility. But if other teams get involved and drive up the price, then maybe he's not back here in Detroit next year.
Well, the interesting point is he's the protection for Miguel Cabrera in that lineup. Now, Cabrera at the end of the year, is he going to have his ankle surgery with that bone spur on there and have it done? And if he is, it may take him a while to get over it. Who knows how long? But this guy would be the man in the middle of the lineup. And if you don't have him and you've got a hobbling Cabrera, I'll tell you what, that's a lot of issues.
The 0-2 pitch.
A lot may have to do with how it turns out for the Tigers the rest of this year as well. You know, do they make the playoffs? I mean, if they get in, how far do they go?
Well, you wonder too if the emergence of J.D. Martinez has shaped some of the front office thinking. Could this be a guy to replace Victor if he leaves in free agency? Boy, that puts
he's not the hitter Victor is, I'll tell you that.
Puts a lot more pressure on him to deliver than the role he's playing now. A little bit high, 2-2. Take nothing away from J.D. Martinez. He's had an incredible season.
Yes.
But if all of a sudden he's the number 5 hitter, it's a little different role for him.
Well, this could be a career year for him. Who knows? Can he come back and duplicate what he's done this year? The guy that was released.
2-2 pitch. I bring this all up because I know there are a lot of Indians fans, myself included, who would love to see Victor Martinez return to Cleveland potentially to finish his career. But again, based on what he's done this year from a productivity standpoint,
he's going to. The payday's coming for Victor.
It's going to be a large payday, I would think, even at this stage in his career.
Contract.
Yeah.
And the Indians, what's he going to do? DH? The Indians already have enough DHs. You know, what are you going to do? You can't find this. I mean, sure, you'd love to have him, but
where does it
is
fit?
It a fit?
Yeah.
No.
The 3-2 pitch to left field. Back goes Brantley, still going back. Makes the catch in front of the wall for out number 2. Gave that a ride a long way to the opposite field.
Well, we saw early in the game that the ball seemed to be carrying a little bit to left field. But you're right, it's a long way, and you don't realize 345 feet down the third base line. It's a very spacious ballpark out from left all the way over to right center field.
Now J.D. Martinez struck out his first time up. Hit well to deep center field. Bourne on a dead sprint, gets turned around on the wall. Gone. There's
not many hit out there throughout the course of the year. I'll guarantee that. That was up into over those first row of bushes at 420 feet. And he continues. That's his 7th home run against the Indians this year, his 19th RBI. And boy, you earned that one.
That ball was destroyed.
Let's see where that pitch. It's a fastball right there, and I mean, you will not see many go where this one went. Up over that row of bushes.
You don't see Michael Bourne get turned around very often on a ball like that, and that's because of how much room there is to roam out in center field. But he had no shot at that one. So the Tigers strike first and lead it 1-0 on the 22nd home run of the year by J.D. Martinez.
7 of those 22 home runs against the Indians.
Never hit more than 11 in any of his 3 years with the Astros. But boy, has he broken out this season with Detroit. You know, this is a part normally. As a pitcher, you throw it out there and say, go ahead, try to hit it to center field. And we've seen a lot of balls not even reach the warning track here at Comerica Park. That one was the exception.
They keep track. We're going to have to find out how many have been hit out there this year. I'm sure they have a number. I'm going to go ask some of those Tiger people.
And Avila draws a walk. So with 2 outs, the inning continues. And we'll take a quick pause to send it back to the studios for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski. It's also all Kansas City early at home against Boston. The Royals lead the Red Sox 3-0 in the 2nd inning. Nick Castellanos called out on strikes in the 2nd inning. Blocked by Perez, but it's in the dirt. 2-0. Castellanos laces a single in the left field. And Avila stops at second, and we're going to get a visit from Mickey Callaway because Bauer, who had 2 outs in the inning, surrendered the long home run to Martinez, and a walk to Avila, fell behind Castellanos, serves up a base hit, and now this inning has been prolonged.
Yeah, it has. He went down there with a fastball. Castellanos lined it in. So with 2 outs, I mean, when you think about it, in his last start against Minnesota, he was cruising. He ended up going season-high 8 innings. And then all of a sudden, it was a 4-hitter stretch and a 9-pitch stretch where they scored all 4 runs in that start. Matched a career high with 8. And then the Twins' damage came with 2 outs.
Yeah.
A couple of doubles, a single, 2-run homer, and then it was over 9 pitches. And that was all they needed. Ended up being a 4-3 game.
Andrew Romine fly to left on the only pitch he saw back in the 3rd. Swings again at the first pitch and a lazy pop-up. Ramirez, the shortstop, has it, and the inning is over. Tigers get on the board first. J.D. Martinez with another ding-dong against the Tribe. They lead it 1-0. Toyota, a quarter-mile west of Great Northern Mall on the North Olmsted Auto Mile. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. The Detroit Tigers lead it by a score of 1-0 as we go to the 5th inning.
Well, that right there, that long shot, you can see where Bourne is going back. There have been 4 balls hit out there this year. 2 of them have been by Miguel Cabrera. Jose Abreu hit one out there, and now J.D. Martinez, and that is it.
Just 4 to straight center field.
Yes. Went over and asked the Tigers people, and they said there's not many. You can count them on one hand.
I still remember Jim Thome hitting one on top of the little photo, the roof that covers the cameras out there in center field. You think about that, it's a long way out there.
Yeah, it is.
That is King Kong territory. Verlander's 2-1. Taking, it's a strike, full count. Indians will see if they can respond immediately here in the 5th with the top of the order.
Yeah, they had an opportunity last inning. Bases loaded and 1 out. Couldn't get anybody home.
And they get the leadoff man aboard. Second straight inning, Verlander has walked the leadoff man, his third walk in the game.
Well, don't miss 4-3-2-1 out of Progressive Field. Again, you can take advantage of $4 12-ounce beers, $3 hot dogs, and $2 soda refills. You can visit Indians.com for your tickets.
Jose Ramirez walked in the first, flied to left in the third. Fastball evens the count at 1-1. But again, here today, we're seeing a Justin Verlander that's low 90s at best.
Yeah, about 92. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, last one was 90. Not sure if maybe that might have been a two-seamer, but still, you just don't see the same velocity, and yet he's still got a good enough fastball that he's thrown it by a number of hitters today at times.
That's because there's a fastball at 90. He doesn't have that curveball today. A lot of times he'll have a good curveball. He hasn't been able to throw that for strikes and really keep the hitters off balance, so it's been primarily the fastball changeup. That changeup has been good for him today.
Almost threw it away. Victor Martinez did a nice job. Doesn't play a lot of first base, but he's been playing more lately with Miguel Cabrera hobbled by the ankle injury. He had to come off and reach around Bourne to keep that one from getting away. Verlander's 2-2 runner goes, and a swing and a foul ball down the right side.
There's one of those breaking balls down and in, and with Bourne off and running, he hit that one way foul.
Unintentional Adrian Beltre impersonation there. And he strikes him out. Again, that's been his best bolt of the day at 92 miles an hour with a fastball. But as we come to know so often with pitching, it's the location, and see where that pitch is right outside corner.
It was down enough on the outside edge. There you go. You have to really, to get to that baseball, use your legs, stay on the baseball, and go the other way. He has made a couple of mistakes with that fastball up a little bit. Murphy got the base hit to left field because it was upstairs.
Michael Brantley takes ball one.
Base hit into right field. And Bourne can go to third. So Indians at the quarters with one out. Second inning in a row now. They've had a runner at third with one out. See if they can find a way to get him home and tie it up.
Well, Michael gets down and gets that ball into the hole. Exactly like he should. Gets him to third base. 4 hits now for the Indians. All have been singles. But an opportunity now to come right back and answer that home run in the bottom half of the 4th and tie this game up for Santana.
Carlos grounded out to second base in the first inning. He drew a walk in the 4th. But again, as we said, this is a different scenario with Santana leading off an inning as he did in the 4th. He'll be patient and take the walk. Here he'll be looking to take advantage. Brantley takes off and a close play. He's safe at second base. Ball was dropped by Romine. And give Michael his 21st steal of the year. Now the Indians have the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Yeah, like that. Very aggressive. He was off and running. And they decide they're going to throw it through. It was a little low. I don't know if it's short hopped. Looks like Michael would have beat it anyway. Ooh, it was not a bad throw, though. It was right on the target. Saw Avila 2 nights ago throw out Ramirez with a perfect throw, but it's now second and third. Take the double play away.
Swings and sends a high fly ball deep enough to get the tying run home. Center fielder Rajay Davis makes the grab. Coming home to score is Bourne to tie the game. And Brantley, the potential go-ahead run, moves to third. For Santana, that's RBI number 78 on the year.
Yeah, this time the leadoff walk comes back and hurts him.
And now the Indians will look for a 2-out hit from Jason Kipnis to try and take the lead. Slicing foul and out of play on the left side. And it's 0-2.
I send out birthday wishes to Richard Lance, turning 95 in Toledo. Richard, happy birthday to you.
Two-strike pitch. Whoa. Outside. Kipnis back to even in the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1-1 ball game here in the 5th. Close pitch. Crowd wanted it. Verlander wanted it. Jerry Lane said no. Full count.
Let's take a look at it on the Nissan pitch tracker. It is away. It was funny because Kipnis got rang up on his first time up in the second inning on a pitch like that. That was off the plate. This time it goes his way.
Verlander has struck out 4. He's walked 3. He's hit a batter. Now the payoff pitch is fouled out of play. Again, the 3-2. And again, it's fouled out of play. And this the number 5 spot in the order. Goodness has had some success this year. And another pitch high and fouling out of play again. Remember, he sat in the leadoff spot for a chunk of the season while Michael Bourne was out. He 35 games in the leadoff spot, 31 games in the 3-hole, 28 as the number 5 hitter. He's hit everywhere except 7, 8, or 9. 3-2 pitch. Another foul ball.
This is a pretty good battle. He can't throw one by him. Kipnis continues to foul him off to the left side. This will be a 10-pitch at bat. Well, Verlander having to work very hard to try and get this final out here. Indians with an opportunity should Kipnis get a base hit to take the lead with Brantley on third base and 2 outs. They've answered the 1 run already on the sacrifice fly by Santana. And another foul ball. They're all about in the same spot, so everybody in that section should have a foul ball by about now. That is frustrating as a pitcher, and Kipnis, that's a great job of just staying alive. Look at it, he's getting more confidence with every pitch. When a hitter has an at-bat like this, and you're talking about a 10, 11, 12 pitch at-bat, boy, I think the odds swing in their favor because they see just about everything you have to throw.
Yan Gomes waiting on deck. As Verlander is locked in a pretty good duel here with Kipnis, with Michael Brantley the go-ahead run 90 feet away.
That's got to be 6 foul balls in a row, doesn't it? Came back with a fastball. He just slapped it the other way. 6 straight foul balls.
And here we go again. Pop this one up, and this might stay in play.
It did. Boy, what an at-bat.
Verlander survives, though, and the game is tied at 1, middle of the 5th.
tied at 1 right now. The Indians making a push for the playoffs, and you can guarantee yourself postseason tickets with the Indians playoff payoff plan. All you have to do is put a deposit down on 2015 season tickets. You gain priority access to this season's postseason tickets. You can get all the information online now, Indians.com/postseason. Matt Rick will send it upstairs to you guys.
Nice job of concentrating with all those kids screaming for a baseball behind you.
No kidding.
Screaming at Santana and Omar Vizquel, throw me a ball, throw me a ball. Well, we go now to the bottom of the 5th, and Rajai Davis going to lead off for Detroit. Pitch up high, ball 1. Slow chopper. Chisenhall cuts it off, throws, got it. In-game recap brought to you by your Toyota dealers. J.D. Martinez with a mammoth home run to straightaway center field gave Detroit a 1-0 lead in the 4th, his 22nd of the year. But the Indians come back in the 5th. The sac fly by Carlos Santana brings home Michael Bourne, who walked to lead off the inning. And that is where we are. 1 out now for Ian Kinsler. Ian Kinsler takes a strike. Right field. David Murphy makes the grab, 2 down. Let's go back to the studios for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pulaski. All right, thanks, Al. Indians stand 5 games back of the Royals in that wild card chase. 5.5 back of Detroit in the AL Central. Torrey Hunter 1 for 2 on the day with a base hit back in the 1st inning. Grounded out his last time up. Checked on the ball down low. Couldn't get him to bite. Now full count. Strike 3 called. The inning is over. And for the first time today, the Tigers go 1-2-3.
AT&T fan photo of the game. Remember, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have one of your pictures shown during our telecast. It's all courtesy of AT&T. One ball game. And Yan Gomes, David Murphy, Lonnie Chisenhall due up for the Tribe here in the 6th inning. Yan Gomes a single in the 2nd inning, hit by a pitch his last time up. That led to the Indians loading the bases with 1 out, but they were unable to score in that 4th inning.
See some action out there in the Tiger bullpen.
Well, you think about it, Rick. I just said he had the bases loaded 1 out situation in the 4th. And then he had 2 on, 1st and 3rd, 1 out in the 5th. So
right.
He's had to grind his way through these last couple of innings.
Well, they were leadoff walks. He's the one that got it started, giving the Indians base runners. That's the only 2 times they've had their leadoff man aboard this afternoon. And in both innings, they were only able to get 1 hit. Yeah, there you see the 5th inning, 27 pitches. But for him, we're into the 6th inning. We've seen him at 100 pitches in 5 innings before a lot of the starts against the Tribe.
That's going to bloop in for another hit. Yan Gomes, the magic wand today. A couple of bloops, a couple of hits. He's 2 for 2. And it's going to bring up David Murphy.
That breaking ball stayed on the inner part of the plate. He takes it the other way and gets it in for a base knock. The magic wand working today.
David Murphy slapped a single between 3rd and short his last time up. Blowing away ball 1. Lefty righty in the Tiger bullpen getting loose. And Verlander missing badly there. 2-0. Looks like he may be nearing the end of the line. Murphy takes. It's a called strike 2-1. Evan Reed, the right-hander, playing Hardy, the lefty. The 2-1 pitch as the sun bursts out from behind the clouds.
Yeah, I was out early today, but a lot of cloud cover.
There is a strike 3 call.
There's a breaking ball he finally threw for a strike. Hasn't really had that pitch to use as the weapons today. That's more of a slider. That's not the curveball. So he goes back. He hasn't had that feel for a curveball, but he goes to the slider. And I think it fooled David Murphy. He hasn't thrown many of them today, it hasn't seemed like to me. but he gets the first out, coming on a strikeout, his 5th of the game.
Lonnie Chisenhall struck out in the 2nd. Popped to short in the 4th inning. There's a breaking ball in for a strike. Right back. He was on it, but as so often has been the case here lately for the Indians, just missing.
Fouling back pitches that you want to hit is what happens. That can also run in cycles. You get a good pitch to hit, you don't put it in play, and you foul it straight back.
Ronnie got a piece of that and stays alive. So it's an 0-2 count with Gomes at first and 1 out here in the 6th inning. As has been the case with Justin Verlander really throughout his career. A lot of pitches. We're only in the 6th inning, but he's over 100 pitches on the afternoon. Lonnie spoils another one. Swung and missed at a high fastball. That gives Verlander a half dozen Ks on the day, and there are 2 down here in the 6th.
Elevated fastball here. Was able to get Chisenhall to chase it. He went out of the zone for it, and he will go down as a strikeout victim. 2nd time he has done that today.
Now Roberto Perez. Not a play. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. The story of the Plain Dealer by Tim Orsinski about Perez early in his career, working with Ted Kubiak at Lake County when he played for the Captains. I like the quote from Perez talking about Kubiak. He said, quote, "He had an impact in my life. He's a little bit old school, and he made me work. He made me a better player and a better person." And you know, if you're a coach, you can't ask for a better proclamation about your job and your abilities than to have one of your former players come out and say something like that about you.
Well, he's been down there, I think, with the Indians minor league system for well over 20 years, Teddy Kubiak has.
Up the middle, Perez delivers a base hit with 2 outs to keep the inning alive. And Gomes stops at second base.
He may go get him here. He's going to come back with the breaking ball. Perez is going to line it right back up. He left that breaking ball upstairs, so an easier pitch. And Verlander's day will be over. Brad Ausmus going to the bullpen for the left-hander to face Michael Bourne.
That's going to be it for Justin Verlander. He goes 5 2/3 innings. And he's responsible for the 2 men on base. Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. Left-hander Blaine Hardy is coming on when we come back. On a 2 out. Left-hander Blaine Hardy making his 34th appearance of the year. 2 wins, a loss in the area of .225. Lefty-lefty matchup with Michael Bourne.
Yeah, this is the 7th time he has been in a game against the Indians, covering 5 innings. He's given up 5 hits and 1 earned run, but trying to protect that lead. The 2 men on base, get Verlander out of trouble.
Oh no, it's a called strike, and Bourne can only throw his head back and smile.
I don't know, was that a smile? It was. Well, again, that's a pitch off the plate by our pitch tracker.
But instead of it being 3-0 now, it's 2-1. Well, now it's 2-2. Michael Bourne he doesn't know whether to. I don't think he knows what to do right now.
Well, you don't. When you know as a hitter that those pitches are off the plate, but they're being called strikes, you have to try and do something.
Gets away from Avila.
Yeah. A wild pitch.
Gomes to third, Perez to second.
Goes down. It on that bounce back. It does hit in front of Avila, but it got between his legs to go back a little bit. Now 2 runners move up on the full count.
In the dirt, ball 4. So the bases are loaded for the Indians for the 2nd time in the game. Switch hitting Jose Ramirez will be the batter. Ramirez 0 for 2 on the day as Justin Verlander pacing a little bit in that dugout.
Yeah. Ramirez has had some very big hits for the Indians. Sometimes a lot of them leading off an inning to set something up. But boy, one right here would go a long way.
Bouncing ball. Wide as short. Diving stop by Romine. No play, and the Indians take the lead. Ramirez with yet another hit in the clutch. 289 batter on the road this year. And Ramirez making himself right at home here at Comerica Park with his third hit in the series, and that one makes it a 2-1 Indians lead.
Well, Romine did a beautiful job just to get to this ball, and probably, I'm not sure, he saved another run. I don't know if Perez would have been able to come in and score, but he stops the ball from going to the outfield. It'll be an infield single for Ramirez. They take a 2-1 lead. That run will be charged to Verlander.
And Michael Brantley takes a strike. One ball, one strike. With the Tribe now in front 2-1. We're in the 6th inning. That one missed inside. Well, Hardy, it's pretty evident that he is struggling with his command. Walk Bourne. Ramirez jumped on him for a base hit.
That's not what Osmus was looking for when you bring him in to face a left-hander. That left-hander trying to get that first out.
This goes back to something we talked about last night. This is where the absence of Phil Koch right now is probably problematic for Detroit.
Look at that.
And he hit him, and another run comes home for the Tribe. 3-1 Cleveland. Brantley gets RBI number 94 the hard way.
Well, they're just giving it to him now. And boy, they're going to take it. And Osmus comes out, and what's he do? He gives up a walk, a hit, and a hit batter, and he is done for the afternoon. He's going back to the bullpen.
So Hardy does not retire a batter. He allows a hit, a walk, a hit batter, a wild pitch. And the 2 runs that score, the responsibility of Justin Verlander. So Verlander closed the book on him. He allows 3 runs on the day. We've got another pitching change in Detroit.
Every strikeout, every game ender, and every history-making moment on Major League Baseball Whip Around. Weeknights at 10 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Evan Reed is the new Tigers pitcher. The bases are still loaded. The Indians have scored 2 runs to take the lead. And now one swing of the bat could really inflict some damage. Carlos Santana will be the hitter. He drove in a run for the Tribe in the 5th inning, their first run of the game with a sac fly. Reed ready, he lets it fly, and it's outside, ball 1. A 1-0 pitch. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Interesting development. Phil Koch is now warming up in the bullpen. Now maybe he's just testing it to see if he can get loose. He's been bothered by the back problem.
It's midday today, right?
But if he was able to go, I'm a little surprised that Brad Ausmus didn't go to him 4 hitters ago. 2-0 pitch. And a routine bouncer to second. That'll end the inning, but the Indians get 2 to take the lead. 3-1 Cleveland, middle of the 6th. Crew brings you the latest news and highlights from a full day of MLB, NBA, and NHL. Watch Fox Sports Live nightly on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. For Detroit here in the 6th inning, Miguel Cabrera going to lead it off. Miguel Cabrera was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning. It just grazed him. And then he grounded out in the 4th. Fouled
right back. It's funny because you think about it, they've had 2 batters hit by pitches. Both have just barely grazed the hitters. And in both cases, they almost swung at the pitch. Cabrera does swing at that one. And he's got his first hit of the game. Just his second hit in the series.
Boy, a lot of times I think you're doing him a favor when you throw him a breaking ball, Matt. He's been late on a lot of fastballs, but that one was not a good breaking ball. It had too much of the plate, and he drilled it into left field between short and third, so they get their leadoff man aboard.
So Victor Martinez and J.D. Martinez have each hit 7 home runs against the Indians this year. It's the first pair of teammates to do it since another Tiger tandem turned the trick.
No kidding.
Carlos
That
Pena
season,
and Dimitri Young.
the season they lost 119 games. I remember Carlos Pena would hit home runs against the Indians all the time. He had 3 in 1 game back in Cleveland.
Yeah, that's right. That had to be that year then.
Yeah, so I would think so.
I'm trying to remember. Would that have been before they moved the fences in here in left field? Bouncer to first base. Oh, it gets by Santana. Miguel Cabrera still only gets to second base there.
That went right. He's looking at his glove like it went right through it. That's a double play ball with the 2 guys that are on the base when you have Cabrera, and then you've got Victor running. It's a one-hopper, and there it is. He plays it off to the side. I mean, he just booted that ball. That's got to be a, look at, flat-out error.
Not what you wanted to have happen to start this inning.
No, you're setting it up. He's looking at the glove like it went right through it, but.
Well, if you're going to play it off to the side, you better catch it. Because the idea is you've got to knock it down.
Well, it's a double play ball. He was good. You know, I don't know if he was thinking of turning to throw it or whatever.
J.D. Martinez homered his last time up, takes the ball down low.
Again, it comes back where you cannot give a team like the Tigers an extra out in an inning, and that's the 111th error for the Indians on the year.
And now it's 2-0 to J.D. Martinez. Lefty-righty combo in the bullpen for Cleveland. Only 76 pitches for Bauer. But he's in a mess of trouble now. Back in the 4th inning, J.D. Martinez got a fastball, and boy, did he barrel it.
Yeah, look at that one. It sent Bourne around in circles. He's looking at how high that ball went up there. Only counted this 1 run, though. But now he's going to have to come back and make some quality pitches here, down 3-0.
And that's a base hit in the gap. Miguel Cabrera lumbering around third, and he will score. And it's a 3-2 game. Victor Martinez stopped at second. J.D. Martinez has driven in both runs for the Tigers here today.
Well, that's the blessing you have, is that when Cabrera and Martinez are on base, they can't run. They've got to go station to station. It was lucky to Cabrera to score, but the green light, 3-0, and he had a good swing at it. He found the gap in left center field. Cabrera can come in and limp home, but Victor has to stay at second, so it's first and second, and now Bauer's day is over.
Boy, that error by Santana really looming large
Sure
now.
It does.
Timeout here in Detroit, 3-2 Cleveland.
Detroit has 2 on, nobody out, bottom of the 6th. Kyle Crockett coming on to face Alex Avila. Avila has singled and walked so far today.
The hero in last night's game. Crockett probably on just for this hitter. Castellanos on deck. Yeah, it's unfortunate. This inning started base hit by Cabrera. Then the ground ball that Victor Martinez hit should have been a double play ball that was booted by Santana. And it opened up the inning.
Avila showing bunt. Takes a strike.
Well, that's when where you're a slower runner like Martinez. You try and get that jump out there at second base, and you can't throw behind the runner. When a hitter bunts through it or he doesn't swing at it, that's a good time to make a throw. And Perez has been throwing all day long. Made a couple throws to first base.
Avila again squares, bunts
Let it go.
That's a foul ball.
Yeah, that ended up.
Realize it's a foul ball.
They don't. But I'll tell you, that thing was almost excellent and a perfect bunt. You can see that spin, and it's still spinning, and oh, that came awfully close. If that would have hit any grass and stayed on it, it would have been a fair ball. So now he's down 0-2. That'll take the bunt off. Well, maybe you can get him to hit into a double play.
Outside, he missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kyle Crockett trying to work his way out of a jam that he inherited. He won't offer 2-2. First and second, nobody out. Tribe up a run. And Avila's take strike 3 called. 1 down here in the inning.
Well, he came back with the fastball, and I must have been Avila's looking for that breaking ball, and he knew it. You can see he's walking away from it as soon as that ball passed him by, and Crockett comes in and gets his job done.
So Terry Francona will once again go back to the bullpen. Scott Atchison is coming on to try and protect a 1-run lead now here in the 6th inning.
single by Miguel Cabrera through the left side of the infield. Victor Martinez came up and hit a bouncing ball to first. And Carlos Santana had to go right by him.
Yeah, but those guys running the double play ball, he fell behind. J.D. Martinez 3-0. He had the green light. He drives home Cabrera. That made it a 3-2 game. Crockett came on, able to strike out Avila for the first out. And on comes Scott Atchison now for the 65th time.
And he'll be facing Nick Castellanos, who is 1 for 2 on the day. Swing and a miss. Got Atchison. Checks the runner at second. Deals, and it's fouled out of play to the right. Atchison signed a contract extension for next year. Just about 1 month ago on August the 19th. And in his last 17 games, he's posted an ERA of 0.51. His 67 innings of relief work, 14th most in the American League.
Yeah, he has really been very good for this bullpen all year long. A veteran that's been through it, been through every scenario and situation.
Here's the category that's really pertinent, though, for this particular outing. 5 out of the 36 inherited runners have scored. That's 6th best in the American League.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do.
It's kind of like Harvey Keitel in Pulp Fiction. He's got to clean up everybody else's mess.
Well, you know, some guys can do it and they don't mind. And he's done a wonderful job of it this year. Some guys come in, they just can't pitch with runners on base. They have to start with a clean inning.
Close, but no cigar, and a full count. Now for Castellanos with Andrew Romine waiting on deck. Payoff pitch in the air to right field. Back is Murphy. On the track, makes the catch, and the runners have to hold. 2 down.
Going to get a pinch hitter for Romine.
I had a feeling. That pinch hitter
Moya
is Steven Moya.
We saw him a couple times in Cleveland the last time Detroit was there.
Andrew Romine was 0 for 2 and saw 2 pitches today. So Moya, a big guy with some power. A young player, got his first career hit in Cleveland against the Indians.
Now comes Mickey Callaway. He's going to make a quick trip to the mound, and let's go over that scouting report we have on this guy. Just to double check and make sure. He's tucking right to Atchison. Looking at Perez. And that's what it's straight out of the scouting report.
Well,
Moya was named the Tigers minor league player of the year. Hit 35 home runs and drove in 105.
What a great year that is in the minor leagues, huh? Any stop along the way. Well, up in a situation here for Detroit, a base hit could tie the game.
Atchison's pitch is inside for ball one. Broken bat. Short hop by Chisenhall, and he throws him out to end the inning. Terrific job by the Indians bullpen. They slam the door. Indians stay in front by a run. Well, you get a look at Comerica Park from our Panini's Overstuffed cam on a glorious Sunday afternoon here in the Motor City. Calendar says September 14th, but it feels much more like October 14th. That chill in the air.
Well, guess who's on?
Phil Koch.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, unless he thought that maybe it was a little too early in the game back in that sixth inning to bring in Koch. So he tried to get Hardy, the left-hander, who didn't have it, I think. Maybe being early enough. So Koch, who was day-to-day, didn't pitch in the first two games of this series, coming on now for the 57th time. Has been pitching much better lately for the Tigers.
Eugenio Suarez takes over at shortstop for Andrew Romine. Jason Kipnis will lead it off for Cleveland here in the seventh. 0 for 3 on the day. They've gone to the ninth in Toronto. The Rays are holding to a 5-4 lead over the Blue Jays. Kansas City has come back and they lead Boston. Or I should say Boston has come back, but the Royals still lead 4-3. They're in the sixth inning at Kauffman Stadium. Jason the swing and a foul tip, 0-2. kick must look like he fouled it right down off his big toe or his
yeah,
instep.
Big foot, yeah, somewhere off the foot.
And the 0-2 from Philip Coke is a swing and a miss.
Looked like a fastball down out of the zone. He got Jason to chase after, get the first out, coming via strikeout.
Yan Gomes, 2 hits and a run scored on the day. And a pop out of play to the right. Gomes void of the catching duties this afternoon, serving as the DH. He was also hit by a pitch back in the 4th inning, so he's been on all 3 times. And he chased one down low. It's 0-2.
Coke comes out. He's thrown 6 pitches, 6 strikes.
Guess that back's feeling pretty good. Well, a 2-strike pitch, low. Indians are off to Houston after today's ball game. 4-game series with the Astros begins tomorrow night. Low again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tyler Holt has moved to the on-deck circle to bat for David Murphy. And Gomes. Oh, what a catch it short by Suarez. Just into the game. And he leaped up and took a hit away from Gomes, who was looking for a 3-hit afternoon.
Boy, you talk about perfect timing on your jump. I don't think he could have got any higher. This ball was way down below the strike zone, and Gomes gulfs it. And I mean, he timed his jump perfectly. Suarez made a nice catch. Takes a hit away from Gomes, and that is out number 2.
Tyler Holt with a pinch hit opportunity here with 2 down in the 7th. Holt digs in. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 down, bases empty here in the 7th. Pops this one toward right center field. That's in the gap. But Torrey Hunter over to cut it off, and he'll hold Holt to a 2-out single. goes
down and
inside
in.
out.
Yeah, he did. He went down and in with a fastball and shoots it the other way. Number 8 as far as hits go for the Indians.
So Lonnie Chisenhall 0 for 3, had a tough day, a couple of strikeouts. Justin Verlander had him tied up in knots, but we'll see if he can break loose here against the lefty Phil Koch. Lonnie. As the clock strikes 4 o'clock here in the Motor City. And we are in the 7th inning. To center field. Well hit. Back is Davis. And he'll make the catch in deep center field to end the inning. Stretch time in Detroit with the Tribe in front 3-2. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard, buying a car shouldn't be. Indians lead at 3-2, bottom of the 7th inning. Time now for our Here Right Audiology sounds of the game. I talked to Jason Kipnis about the job that the Indians coaching staff, along with Terry Francona, have done through all the adversity, all the injuries to keep this team in the hunt deep into the season.
It starts with them. They've done an outstanding job the entire season. The way they've jungled lineups, the way they've handled the bullpen, the way they've had the environment in the clubhouse to stay loose and stay positive. That's definitely a credit to them and their managing styles. they've just set the tone of the way things are going to be done around here, the way it's going to be treated around here. But that being said, you tip the cap to a lot of the guys that have kept us in it. So there was Brantley the first half of the season and still doing it now, but to Kluber and the rest of this rotation, how they've come on strong, and then the bullpen's been great the whole year. You got to the cap, the guys have been effective for us the whole season.
Well, one of those guys who has been effective all season long is Brian Shaw. Granted, last night was not one of his finer moments. He gave up the home run that cost them the game. But as Terry Francona said afterwards, and I think the players all agreed, it's not one play. You can't look at that and say, one play cost us a game or one pitch was the difference. They had opportunities earlier in the game, and hey, at the end of the day, he's right back out here today because they have that kind of confidence and faith in him.
Yeah, this time he's in the 7th inning. He'll face Davis, Kinsler, and Hunter.
Rajai Davis chops one over the head of Chisnall. No play for Ramirez.
He was smart just to hold it. Boy, that's the guy can bunt. He chops down on this ball. You get the high hopper, and once it gets over the head of Lonnie at third base, all Ramirez could do. He made a play on him last night where he came in. It was a do or die play where he short hopped the ball at short and made the throw across. It was barely safe at first base because of his speed, but he realized that was last night. This is the play I'm talking about. Do or die, one hop throw, but Davis beat it out. Again, he beats that ball into the ground. He beats it out at first base. So there's a start to the 7th.
And Kinsler. Ooh. Ball almost got away.
Yeah, that was a long backhand there by Perez.
Runner goes, and Perez no throw. So the tying run in scoring position now for Detroit with nobody out here in the 7th.
33rd stolen base for Davis. He wastes no time, and man, he makes things happen for this Tigers team. When he's hitting 9th in the lineup, he gets on base and he wastes no time. Kinsler now with an opportunity. 2-0 count.
Well, you got Kinsler, who's been a terrific hitter his whole career. He's 0 for 2 today. 3 hits in the series. He's also driven in a couple of runs.
But he is, one of those 4 guys that have. He's got 11 RBIs this year against the Indians.
Inside, he missed 3-0. There's a strike. That's 3-1. Swing a long fly ball. Deep left field. Brantley's looking up. Not again.
second straight day. Brian Shaw on the mound and serves up a 2-run home run that gives the Tigers a lead. Today it's the 7th inning. Last night it was the 8th. There's a ball he leaves middle of the plate, and Kinsler takes advantage of it. Looked like it might have been a little cutter. Brantley going back. He's going to run out of room, and the Tigers will take the lead. It's a 4-3 ball game now.
Still nobody out. Now Torrey Hunter going to lay down a bunt.
Look at that on our Phantom Cam. That is picture perfect as a hitter. The ball was middle of the plate. He took advantage of it, and he has very good power. Give him 2 more RBIs. He now has 13 against the Indians this year, and another home run. What, 27 for the Tigers this year?
Miguel Cabrera singled and scored his last time up. Swing and a miss. Down low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's the one thing that makes this Tigers team so dangerous, is that they have a number of guys that can come up late in the ball game and one swing of the bat either bring you right back into a game or give you a lead.
Well, the 2 teams kind of sleptwalked through the first 3 innings of this affair. But J.D. Martinez with a home run on the 4th got Detroit on the board first. The Indians countered with 3 to take the lead. And now the Tigers have fought back with 1 in the 6th and now 2 here in the 7th to regain the advantage. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. C.C. Lee getting loose. Mark Zipchinski is also up. Gets away from Perez. Down to second goes Hunter. Take another look on the wild pitch. Perez was expecting that ball to pop up. Instead, it stayed down, went right through the 5-hole. So Shaw has yet to retire a batter. At some point, just a matter of how quickly they can get a guy loose in the bullpen, but it's obvious Brian just doesn't have it here today. Victor Martinez is going to be the batter. Victor 0 for 2, reached on an error his last time up.
Last night in the 8th inning with 2 outs, a 2-run homer on the breaking ball. And today, I don't know if that was just a plain fastball or a cutter that he left middle of the plate. And it was a 2-run homer. That coming in the 7th inning where they take the lead. Both of them 2 runners.
Yeah, there's a strike called to even the count at 1-1. Just outside. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, you could tell with Brian Shaw, 17 pitches, 10 have been out of the zone. 7 have been strikes.
And Shaw comes back to even the count at 2-2. Victor Martinez with runners in scoring position, trying to deliver a big blow to the Indians' hopes here today. If Shaw can somehow manage his way out of this, it's still a 1-run game. And Santana will field it and turn the double play. Second time today that Victor Martinez has hit a line drive into the glove of Carlos Santana for a double play.
No kidding. How about that? It's a line drive right behind the Cabrera. Couldn't do anything. He was caught off base. So 1 pitch there, 2 outs. That gets him out of a little bit of trouble.
Well, like I said, if he can get out of this, keep it a 1-run game, well, obviously there's still a lot of hope, because that had a chance to really get away from him. You got 2 on and nobody out, and they're like sharks in blood in the water.
We're going to put J.D. Martinez on a detention walk. That makes sense.
And with Alex Avila on deck, we'll probably see Mark Zubczynski. Here comes Terry Francona. So he's going to make a move back to his bullpen. He's going to go for the lefty-lefty matchup with 2 on and 2 out here in the 7th. And the Indians now down a run 4-3. 4-3, Tigers lead it. As we promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And with apologies to your former teammate, Dan Plesac.
Yeah.
Dan, don't blame me and Rick. We didn't have anything to do with this. This is Cecil Fielder on this date, 1991, hitting one out of County Stadium. Wow.
Look at Sparky. He can't believe it because that was a big ballpark, too. And that was a long way. Well, for Sac's sake, you have to throw it hard enough to give the guy that much power to hit it out of there. So he had a good heater that day.
There you go. That's a way to put the spin on it. I like it. Mark Zipchinski is going to come on for the Indians now with Tigers at first and second and 2 away. He's going to face Alex Avila, who has singled, walked, and struck out today. Swing and a miss. 0-1.
Came on to face Avila in yesterday's game and ended up walking him.
And now it's 0-2. Yeah, remember he was 3-0 and came back to get the count to 3-2. I think Avila fouled a pitch or two off before eventually he walked him. But just the opposite here today as he gets ahead of him with 2 quick strikes. Swung and missed. Did Alex Avila, and the inning is over. But Ian Kinsler with a 2-run homer puts the Tigers in front 4-3. Transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care, is coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. New pitcher for Detroit is Jabba Chamberlain.
Coming on for the 64th time, and he'll have a new battery made. Holiday looks like he is behind the plate.
Yeah. Curious there. Remember, Avila took a foul tip on the front of the mask earlier today. He also got whacked in the face by the wrist of Carlos Santana, but he was up the bat there and he struck out to end that inning. Interesting.
Well, that was the first one early in the ball game. And then he was picked up and then took one into the jaw.
Just would seem odd to me that he would take Avila out at this critical juncture in the game. Not that he doesn't have faith in Holiday, but Roberto Perez, or rather a JB Shuck, pinch hitting for Perez. Leading off here for the Tribe. Shuck lifts one to left. And J.D. Martinez makes the grab. Time for another Mazda game break. Let's go back to Al Pawlowski.
That would be 3 out of 4 for the Red Sox if they hang on and win that one against Kansas City.
Well, how about Toronto? They came all the way back to tie Tampa, forced extra innings, and then the Rays took the lead in the 10th, 6-5. Toronto going to their last at bat in the bottom of the 10th. Bourne slow chopper to second. 2 down. In-game box score brought to you by Hyundai. Bourne with a single and a run scored. Jose Ramirez an RBI. Brantley with a ribby. Santana drove in a run. Gomes had a couple of hits and scored a run. But right now, the Indians are on the short end. And they're down to their last 4 outs. That's hit a long way into the gap. And Davis! Oh my, what a catch. Over the shoulder. He was on the dead sprint. And somehow able to pull it in to end the inning. Fantastic effort by the Detroit center fielder. And the inning comes to a close. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care, coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. CC Lee is on now to pitch for Cleveland. And Chris Jimenez is taking over behind the plate for Roberto Perez.
Well, keep it right here. Indians will have 3 more outs to try and do something. Down a run. 4-3.
Lee delivers in the dirt, ball 1. Back out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes. Castellanos 4 hits in the weekend series and 10 at bats. Eugenio Suarez came on defensively. Will get his first at bat as he waits on deck. Rifled to right center field.
That's hit number 10 for the Tigers. It looks like we're going to get a pinch runner. Kelly coming on. Of course, he's going to play in every ball game because he goes in either defensively or does a number of things for the Tigers. So he'll go in for Castellanos at third base as he did the first 2 games of this series.
And Eugenio Suarez will bat here. Almost be expecting a bunt here. Even though Suarez swings the bat well. He squares. Pulls it back. It's in the dirt, ball 1. Two balls, no strike.
Oh,
that was behind him to the backstop. Well, CC Lee just, that first at bat, his ball moving a lot. I mean, Jimenez has been active already. So I don't know if it's just one of those days for CC.
I don't know if I've ever seen this. Look, he squares around. He's going to give it up, and he couldn't move. You talk about frozen or a deer in headlights. You see the ball go behind you. What are you supposed to do as a hitter there? He just stayed put. He's lucky. What happened there?
That was a wild pitch.
Yeah, I'll say. It's like the score in Chicago. That's right. Boy, not even close there.
He's just, like I said, I don't know if it's a case where today he's having trouble commanding it. You know, normally when you see him pitch, he has a lot of movement. But this is a little crazy today. Lucky Callaway going to take a stroll to the mound. Go back and look at the catch by Rajai Davis that ended the 8th.
You know, he knew he was going to catch it, but he wanted to make sure 2 hands were there. That's why he sort of slowed down and he went down. He wanted to make sure he could cradle that ball. You see that other hand being around the glove instead of going up one-handed with it. And he makes, it was a fine running catch, but boy, this is a good outfield to go get him in. And when you have the speed like a Davis, like anybody, if you have a chance to go get him.
Well, no question about it. Let's see, Cody Allen getting loose.
Well, with this guy at the plate, you can do whatever you want. You can bunt. He's having a tough time throwing strikes, so you may want to have him square around and just move him over, getting back to the top of the lineup. They're looking for an insurance run here.
Davis squares, bunts it. Jimenez calls for it and throws him out. Don Kelly to third, Suarez to second.
Well, there's the hero of the day so far. He hit the 2-run home run off Shaw to give the Tigers the 4-3 lead. His 14th home run, his 82nd RBI, coming on now with runners at second and third. And they're just going to put him on first base. Set up a double play. You have Torrey Hunter on deck, and that makes sense.
It goes away, and coming home is Kelly. So CC Lee's control problems are costly for the Indians here in the 8th.
Unbelievable. On the intentional walk. Let's take a look at it. You know, right there, you just throw it out to Jimenez, and that's. Have you ever seen anything like that?
I can't remember the last time I saw that wild of a ball thrown on an intentional walk.
Well, they're going to try to continue to walk him.
Now he's going to make a pitching change. So after CC Lee throws one to the backstop during an intentional walk, big run comes home for Detroit. Another timeout. 6-3 Detroit lead as the Indians bring on Cody Allen to face Torrey Hunter with first and third and one out. 71st appearance of the year for Cody. Boy, this Indians bullpen has saved their season time and time again with how good and how consistently good they have been. But in this series, in the last two games,
yeah, it went south on them. Sure did, but this inning was a strange inning. When you were down one, you wanted to keep it, trying to go into the ninth, just a one-run lead. And the base hit that started this inning, C.C. Lee, then control issues.
Actually, all three games in the series. It was C.C. Lee in the series opener. I'd forgotten. Looking back on it, it was Carrasco pitched into the seventh inning, and C.C. Lee came on in 1/3 of an inning, allowed 3 runs on 2 hits. Let that game get away from him. So it's been a bad weekend for the bullpen. And a strike call to Torrey Hunter. Cody Allen deals, and a called strike. 0-2 the count. Ian Kinsler, the runner at first base, has 15 steals on the year. Suarez, the runner at third. Bounce toward second base. Kipnis goes to second for one, trying to turn the double play. And they can't do it. Another run comes home for Detroit. So Torrey Hunter give him his second RBI in this series. 2 runs for the Tigers here in the 8th.
Yeah, ball just not hit hard enough, and not going to turn it. Hunter beats it out.
And now a 6-3 Tigers advantage. Miguel Cabrera. Fouls it right back. Ian Kinsler with a 2-run homer in the 7th that gave Detroit the lead. And now they add on 2 monster insurance runs here in the 8th. Cabrera has his second hit today. You know, Rick, you do have to wonder, should Detroit go on and make the playoffs this year? And that's not a guarantee. They've got to win their fair share to wrap something up, whether it's the division or a wild card spot. But let's just say, for example, they do get into the playoffs. Isn't there some legitimate concern where every run is so crucial in postseason play? As great as Miguel Cabrera is, if he can't run, if he can't move on the bases,
defense, yeah, you're not running the bases well. Yes, the bullpen, there's a concern. Absolutely, they would certainly have a lot of question marks going in.
Victor Martinez. It's been an eventful 0 for 4 for Victor. There are comfortable 0 for 4s that you taught me about a long time ago. This is an eventful 0 for 4. Twice he is lined into a double play. Once he drove a ball to deep left field that Michael Brantley caught about a stride or two in front of the wall. And then he rocketed a ball that Carlos Santana whiffed on at first base for an error. So it's been a strange day for Martinez offensively.
Should have been a double play. They ended up scoring a run in that inning. That got the 6th inning rolling. Yeah, 3 times there were balls he hit right on the nose. It could be hits. They weren't.
And a pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-2. By the way, we were just told that Alex Avila left the game with lightheadedness. Now, if you remember, that was the same symptoms that drove Mike Aviles from a game back in Cleveland. And eventually, it's concussion related. Let's put it that way.
Well, we showed you the foul tip in the mask and then the glove to the face.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strikes him out, and the inning is over. But boy, Detroit with 2 big ones here in the 8th. They lead it now 6-3. Bounce back early. The Indians did. They had some fight in them today, folks. And even though they fell behind early, they came back and had the lead going into the later innings once again. But for the 3rd time in the series, the bullpen just imploded again. Tough way to go, but that's the bottom line, the way this series has played out. Now the Indians still have 3 outs, and Joe Nathan is on to try and close this one out for Detroit. Michael Brantley, Carlos Santana, Jason Kipnis coming to bat for Cleveland. Defensively now, Don Kelly is at third. Rajay Davis goes to left, and Ezequiel Carrera comes in to center field. Michael Brantley with a single. He was also hit by a pitch, and he has an RBI today. And Nathan put a fastball in there for a strike, 1-1. Fouled back. 2-2. And Michael Brantley with a line drive single into right field. His second hit of the day and give him 6 hits in the series.
Yeah, Michael Brantley had multi-hit games in all 3 ball games here over the weekend. Picked down a little breaking ball there and drove it to right field.
Well, if the Indians can get Carlos Santana aboard, then they bring the tying run to the plate. Unlikely as it may appear, it's the way this team is operated, though. Under the leadership of Terry Francona, they are not going to roll over at any point. Santana takes a strike. He was grounded out twice. He walked, and he drove in a run with a sacrifice fly back in the 5th. So look, it's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. So often you think of closers and you think of guys like Cody Allen, like Greg Holland, guys who can just blow you away with a fastball, power arms. Santana drives one to the gap in the right center field, and Hunter can't cut it off. That's going to get Brantley home all the way from first, and Santana will stop at second base with an RBI double, and so the Indians will bring the tying run to the plate here in the 9th inning.
They have been able to get to Nathan this year. And I'll tell you what, the first 2 hitters are saying, let's go, boys. This thing's not over. That's Triple's alley right there. I watched Santana going around first. He thought about going to third and then just pulled up. But first 2 aboard, it's a 6-4 ball game, and now nobody out. Let's see if anybody's throwing in their pen. Doesn't look like it.
Nope. Jason Kipnis 0 for 4. Fouled back out of play, but the point I was trying to make is, you think of closers, power stuff, big arms, wipeout sliders, some type of electrifying stuff. And that's not Joe Nathan at this point in his career, but you think back to Joe Borowski. I mean, when the Indians had Joe anchoring the bullpen in 07.
It's mentality more than anything. And Nathan had that stuff at one time.
Yeah.
He was a power guy.
The 0-1. And as Joe told us right from the outset that year, it was going to be, there would be some anxious moments in the 9th inning. It's a tough way maybe for the fans and for the manager to go through a season like that when you don't have that guy that you quote unquote as a lockdown closer. But there just aren't many of those guys around anyway. Jan Gomes waiting on deck as Kipnis tries to fight through here. 0-2 the count. It's outside. A run in. Santana in scoring position. The Indians down 6-4. Tribe has now banged out 10 hits in the ball game.
Yeah, the difference, Tigers have 2 home runs. The Indians have 1 double.
Off the outside corner, 2-2. came inside that time. Everything's been away off the plate. And that time he almost hit Kipnis a full count.
Well, now you can feel the crowd getting a little antsy here. You know, getting to that full count.
Well, if he loses them, you've got Gomes on deck, who would then represent the go-ahead run. And it's a low ball 4. The first 3 all reach here in the 9th with a run already in. And here comes pitching coach Jeff Jones, and we'll see if the Detroit bullpen gets some action going.
Wow. You know, they have had their problems, and Nathan has done this a lot this year. Looks like Soria now is up and getting loose. He pitched in game 1 of the series. Guy just coming back.
Never seen a pitcher take more deep breaths than Joe Nathan. So Yan Gomes, who has 2 hits on the day and a run scored, will be the batter. He was robbed of a 3rd hit his last time up on a leaping grab by the shortstop Suarez.
Boy, it got quiet here in a hurry, didn't it?
Sure did.
It got quiet here in a hurry. A base hit. Right now, the fans are just waiting for the next hit to fall or the next walk to take place. They're waiting for something to happen.
Oh, he swung at a ball, but that had some wicked movement to it. It's 0-2. Maybe a little too aggressive with Tyler Holt waiting on deck. The 2-strike pitch. Just off the plate.
Yeah, tried to get him to chase after that pitch, and that's what you want. You get ahead in the count. You want to see if you can get the hitter to chase. But Gomes wouldn't.
Upstairs with a fastball, and now it's 2-2. Maybe out of nervous energy more than anything else, these Tiger fans trying to make some noise. 2 on, nobody out. 6-4 ball game. And the 2-2 pitch. Right back.
That was a good pitch. Slider. That's a nice job by Gomes fouling that pitch off.
Another foul back. This one toward the on-deck circle. Carlos Santana at second base. Tying run Jason Kipnis at first. And the 2-2. Another pitch to hit. Oh, and he wants that one back. Had a good fastball right down the slot.
Well, he had to take him off that slider, and he had a good rip at it. He's falling off those tough sliders down and away, and Nathan right now saying, man, what am I supposed to do here? I mean, you can see where he's been throwing everything.
Up, down, in, out.
He's tried just about everything.
Slider low and a full count.
I'll tell you, he will be gone after this hitter if he doesn't get him. Soria's out there. He's ready. He's just waiting.
These are the moments that make managers go prematurely gray. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third. Kelly to second for one. On to first. Double play.
Well, that's a big pitch right there for Nathan and the Tigers. Got him to hit it on the ground. He's got to get out of the way, but he makes the throw. Kinsler turns it. And they get Gomes easily, so.
Well, the Indians' last hope comes down to Jason Giambi. The 43-year-old will pinch hit here in the ninth with the Indians down 6-4. He represents the tying run at the plate. Tigers will shift. They'll send Don Kelly, the third baseman, all the way to the right field grass.
It's all right. He's used to playing every position anyway on the field.
Low and away, ball one. Giambi the other night in the series opener drew a 2-out walk and then scored all the way from first base on the double by Lonnie Chisenhall. He said afterwards, yeah, the Scotch tape held me together.